$500 tournament. I am Brett Banfi, your host. We are bringing you live action from the Champions TCG Weekend Open Series. We have around 30 participants. Let's jump right into the action. We are going to begin today's tournament coverage with following the, let's jump into the Vanquish Oot match here. All right, here we go. We see that we are at turn 5, Vanquish on the bottom of the screen, Oot at the top of the screen. Vanquish had an Ignis Steel, probably got taken out by that Fyron on Oot's board. And then we see Snowbeak. This is a 5-round Swiss event. Gwints comes down for Vanquish, followed by a Cutie Bug, which blooms itself. And there's the pass back to Oot. Oot had an Ice Eagle come down that was killed, probably killed by that Ignis Steel, which the Fyron ended up taking out. Let's see if maybe we can put on a little bit of music. All right, let's go, friends. Jumping back into the action here. Woofa came down. Gwyn's still on the battlefield. Cutie Bug and Snowbeak are off. See an attack for 4. Gwyn's goes down, taking out Fyron and the Ami. Mechwing returns the Woofa, and Ocho follows it up with an attack for 6. So Vanquish already down to 37 here. Vanquish, one of our very strong tournament players. Bangs comes down. Ocho's now a 4-4. Frozen. Bangs takes out Fangs. We see the pass back now on turn 8. Oot at the top of the screen has 5 champions in play, compared to just the White Lily for Vanquish. Speedy attacks in twice. We see the Woofo redeployed and a pass back to Oot. So very big turn here coming for Oot. Back to Oot. So very big turn here. Big attacks. See Speedy go down. We see Woofa's shield go down. Now Ocho comes out. And an attack for 7. Ocho takes Woofa out. And a pass. So Oot playing very cautiously and defensively. Speedy goes down. An attack with the mech wing on the beak. Now an attack on the slice. So Oot strongly emphasizing keeping that opponent's board cleared up. Then he drops the business, re-gasses up the hand, plays Frostwing, says go. Now Vanquish down to just 2 cards in hand. So Oot spent a lot of resources that turn to clean the board up, but he was successful. And then it's the Sanctum into the Academy. These are one of the combos with the new Otherworldly, but down comes the Hydroblast, immediately erases that. That was a huge advantage and Vanquish's last chance. Now it seems that the Frostwing will clean up the Academy, the business, and you add 9 power to the board. This is running out of control for Vanquish. A great turn there from Oot. And then just a pass back. So Neptiora does evolve out of Dracora and is hard, but that was it. That was all that was left. Shadow Steel comes down, likely to go and get the Obsidiwing. Excuse me. Down goes Icicle. Frostwing attacks it, and now business. So Oot content to play the control strategy here. Gweens comes down, then Amy draws a card. Gweens Oot with super backup now likely will just go in one attack. 13, 4. Yep, there it is. Game over, and we are going to game 2. Oot over Vanquish in game 1. Very strong showing there. We are playing Generation 2. currently. And that new game has just popped up. We'll stay with Vanquish and Oot right now. We'll see. We'll check in on some other action once Vanquish and Oot. All right, we're jumping back in. There we go. So Vanquish at the bottom of the screen, Oot at the top of the screen. We are going to take a quick break, just leave you with this game action to follow, and I'll be right back to commentate it. All right, we're going to check into this zero cow hash match. All right, we're going to check into this zero cow hash match. Folks, I just want to let you know I'm Brett Banfi. I'm your host right now. Thanks for being with us. We are live bringing you the $500 weekend tournament from Champions TCG. We're at the end of round one. See the double ice cubes down there from zero. Welcome to everyone tuning in. Sorry, I had a little bit of an audio issue earlier in the round, so I apologize for that, but we got it cleared up. Looking at a Guaking down here on the board for zero, one of our newer tournament professional players. Down comes Grimzilla. The pass back now on 9. Down comes Obsidian. But that's Windseeker abilities. So that was the evolution after Snowbee came down. and Ice Eagle. Still have 2 mana here. This is a pretty big turn and a good one for 0. It's down to 27, so you could consider really strongly going face here. You do have the provokes to back yourself up. Blocking, so you'd be looking at 12. There's 8. There's 2. There's 2. And then 4 from the beak. So, yeah, your opponent is in dire straits right here. They have to start defending you with their champions defensively. We always talk about that's a good position to be in. You want to be the aggressor. Put your opponent on the back foot, because even if your opponent makes all of the right plays from the back foot, they still need to figure out how to do that. That takes time. That takes energy. That takes thinking. And when you smash mode and you just start, rumbling in on your opponent, you don't have to think about that. You can save your time to think on your opponent's turn. This is a tactic that gets used in chess quite a bit. The difference is just that chess is so much more nuanced, complex game when it comes to move orders and things like that. And with the simplified version of this game, it's a little bit easier to decide whether you get into the aggressive strategy or try to play more controlling. The less time and energy you have to spend thinking about that, the better. All right. That was the Wind Seeker. You have the Spark main. Oh, excuse me, not Wind Seeker. That was the Zap, I think. Zap from Winds. Yes, there's Anjas in play. Now comes Speedy, likely to take out that Fangs. Triple Zap on the board now. Really working well together. Scorpio cracks out of that Anj. Down comes Woofa. Mini Moon. At the top of the screen, one of our pro players. Zach wins. Bottom of the screen. The This is round one, Champions TCG $500 weekend tournament coverage. Let me know what you guys are thinking. If you're enjoying it. Made a mistake there, sorry. All right, we see double zaps. And the Scorpio takes out the mech wing. Some pretty good turn there. Still with 6 mana. Nice part about those zaps, they do pop the Aegis shield, so your Woofa is a little bit less scary when you crack those. White Lily for any moon. Still see that triple zap for Zach wins. Down comes Munta. One plus Seti hits it with the Blizzard. Woofa gets 4 in on that one. Then Munta takes it out the rest. Not sure I like that play. I think the Munta could have just taken out that zap on his own. Maybe I'm wrong. Wasted a little bit of a tempo there. Welcome in on your Saturday. Thank you for being with us, wherever you are, whether it's morning, noon, or night. We're bringing you Champions TCG Weekend $500 open coverage. We have a big field, probably about 25 or 30 players competing for this $500 in prizes. It's 5 rounds today. Usually 3 wins will get you an advance. That's how it's been. So even 2 losses to start the event, it's not the biggest deal. Just keep competing, keep fighting. If you do want to join us, we'd love to have you. Our content is there on the bottom of the screen. championstcg.com, discord.gg/TCG. So Zach wins facing up against it here, has a Sparkmane on the board. Really needs to work out a solution for the Ocho for sure, then the Munta. Once you have that solution down, you can begin to piece together some sort of strategy to take out the mech wing in the first study, but you have to deal with those cards right away to represent an existential threat to your board. You of course can use your Sparkmane as a nice turn there for card there with the Zell. Wow. and it was able to take out the Munta with the Spark Main. Oh my god, great turn. But the jelly comes down just as fast, and now Any Moon has the great turn. Wow. Any Moon with another strong turn. Zach down to 43 cards in hand. We'll be right back with you. Down comes Voltarion. Wow. Zach with the big angel. Zach down to 18. Gonna take an attack from this Galfin. And then a pass back. So Zach on 8 has to kill everything on the board every single turn from now on. Plus find a way to deal 34 to his opponent. Feels a little bit out of reach, but we'll see. Any Moon, one of the recently signed professional players. I believe this is our last game here. In the round, we'll have round 2 pairings coming soon. All right, and that was it. It looks like Any Moon took that game down. Oh, whoops. I think that they thought, just checking in, I think that Mike C and Overseas Madman did think that this was a best of five. So we'll just check in with them and see who was the first to win the best of three. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Thank you so much for your patience with us. We were working through a slight little issue there. We're going to jump in with Fukushi and Oot. This is round 2, weekend open series, $500. You see the White Lily, Oot going second, drop Speedy on turn 1 and getting an attack in for 3. Fukushi is on turn 4 with 4 mana. Speedy has managed to get Fukushi down to 50. Oot and Fukushi, 2 very strong players, always consistently top ranked. See Fangs, we see Shadow Steel come down for Fukushi. Getting an attack in with Firon, that takes out Frossetti. A good attack. Then Speedy gets 3 in, and the switch pass back, that's the 5-mana turn for Fukushi to begin. And down goes the Shadow Steel. Daisha comes down. Sorry, Ignisteel comes down and it pops the Daisha. Retribution. So a good turn there. Ignisteel sticks around as a 6-2, likely to take his Fangs down as well. Pass back after freezing the Ignisteel, taking it out. Looks like it's business to draw 2. Always a good start to a turn. Now you have 4. And with 4, a good turn could be Firon, which we can take out that opposing Firon. Ice Eagle, not a bad turn either. Looks like Snowbeak comes down, so there's still 2, and a white drops, and that's a pass back. So Fukuchi using those white eggs in this Gen 2 format, not many others are doing that. You see the double water avatars from Oot and Fukuchi, that's quite interesting. Yep, okay, we did get all of our rounds started right now, so that's good news. Banks takes down Snowbeak. Icicle down for Oot. Using that white. Interesting. I would do that. Oh, so it's evolved. That's a nice play. It's an underrated play. And only really works, half the time. Sometimes your opponent doesn't have something to evolve into. But if you're going to freeze, it's better than freezing the business. Ufa coming out for Fukuchi. Fukuchi an Ocho as well. It took out the fangs. Then on each side we see those double set health champions. Slice in the wing. Slice taking out white, the egg, frost egg. That does crack Voodoo as a 6/4. Basically one of the biggest cards on the battlefield. You have 26 life for Fukuchi. Down for one slice. This is likely gonna... Yeah, likely gonna die. You could see an attack with Voodoo and Woofa on the frozen slice. But instead, I kind of like this play too. Instead, he's just going to use Woofa to drop the shield and take out the Shadow Steel. And he sends in the Voodoo and Ocho onto the slice. So a little bit extra damage, but the nice part is you take no retaliation. Instead, all you do is drop the shield. So that's a good play, I think. Ami takes out Ocho. After we saw a follow-up Ami from Fukuchi there. So somehow Fukuchi has managed to sort of stabilize this board. Frostwing could get an attack in for 8. That would drop Fukuchi to 18. And of course, Oot has a lot of mana here to spend on this turn. But if you are Fukuchi, you have to think that you've done a good job last turn. you managed to draw an additional card by playing that last Ami. If that last Ami had been something like an Icicle instead to freeze this Frostwing, I think you almost feel like maybe you're ahead here. But still, you could take 14 instead. Oot, as we've seen before, very strongly prioritizes keeping his opponent's board clear, but this might give Fukuchi an additional chance here. He does drop Ami to draw a card of greed, and he passes it back. Now Fukuchi's on 9. You are facing 3 creatures. The Slice can eat Ocho. The Ami can take out the Frostwing. Maybe like a Fang. There's some sort of like thinking if you could play a Retribution card right here and then kill your own Retribution with like a Firon, that would be huge. Icicle frozen. Now we could see a Rusher. And it is a Rusher. But that's going to be with only 1 mana unless he has another edge, but no. So the turn was fairly successful for Fukuchi, as we thought maybe that we saw a small opportunity window there for Fukuchi to get ahead a little bit, and he did. Now, is he going to be able to answer back? Is Oot going to be able to answer back? We see the Slice coming down, then a Jelly with no cards to blast. Ice Cubes took out the Slice, but that again was a little bit of an underwhelming turn there from Oot. Fukuchi, I still think that Oot is in the driver's seat. I just think that Fukuchi is sort of getting exactly what he needs in order to string a win together here, down to 26. For example, if your opponent on the last turn played Slice, kill your Slice, Jelly with no cards to blast, and still has 3 cards in hand, you have to think maybe the rest of the hand isn't as good as that, and that wasn't the worst for you. You can beat that, so that says to me, if you can solve the problems right here, you have a shot. So Woofa and then Icicle would be strong here, Jello instead. So Slice is going to be able to take something out. Fukuchi down to 1 in hand. Slice likely to take out Ocho, then Snowbeak probably will take out Slice. Oot with 6 mana here. Down comes Frostmare, so Oot with 1 mana. So Frostmare was a pretty good card. The other scenario that we were talking about was that he played Slice and then the Jello, but it was the Jelly, but it was because his other card in hand was good, but it just was a 5 mana card, which that's what it was, because this Frostmare is pretty good on this board, I think. Again, Snowbeak likely to take out that Slice. Oh, it's dead. Wow, that was a good one. Now you're going to see... We know that Fukuchi has Woofa in hand. Ocho can take out Mechwing. We could see a double beak, the Icicle Snowbeak, combined to take out the Frostmare. He has Woofa in hand plus a random card. Those 2 provoke cards, they are going to hatch from or shatter from the Frostmare, and then they'll be able to take out Ocho and Fangs. So we really see the board is clear, except we know we have Ocho and Jelly versus 2 random unknown cards from Oot. Yeah, so those cubes will trade likely with the Ocho and the Fangs. Now Oot on 3 cards in hand. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us, for tuning in, for giving us a part of your day to check out this Champions League tournament coverage. We thought that's what happens. Now we're going to see a business, and that is backbreaking if you're Fukuchi. It's exactly what you needed, but it didn't work that way. Then another mechanism, playing again a tempo strategy. Down comes Dracora with the Vortex. That is 3 to the face for Fukuchi. We know Wolf is in hand, plus a random card. It was a Frostwing, so not the worst. Dracora and Business. Doing some work. There is an attack with that Dracora, dropping Fukuchi to 18, and then Neptiora comes on. And evolves the Dracora. Yeah, I think he could have killed Business with the Jello with the Business and just made a mistake there. It would have dealt Fukuchi an additional 4 damage. Okay, so Ocho eats a combustion. Now we know Wolf is in hand, so that is the last card. Now this Frostwing can attack, but it is facing against Neptiora. You could consider just attacking the Neptiora, but it looks like no. He's going to take an attack for 9 next turn. But the idea is that once this Frostwing shatters, you will have a few turns. You will take an attack for 11. And there's Speedy, so now it's 14. Okay, so Fukuchi's going to be at 2. But he will have the better board after all that. Looks like he's considering attacking the Frostwing. And it's probably the best idea. That would keep Fukuchi at 4. So you attack the Frostwing, it shatters into the ice cubes. Nope, he just goes for the face, and wow. I think that's the best case scenario if you're Fukuchi. Down comes Business to draw a card. 7 mana. Take Neptiora out. Okay, so this is kind of what you needed to have happen. You probably need to... Okay, so you can't kill Speedy. Unless you double attack Speedy. And I think that's lethal. This attacking like that ended up being lethal because... Yeah. Interesting. Okay, so a good game there. I think that was game 1 of round 2. You have Quest Live now, so check that out, friends. Look pretty good. All right, and here we have the follow-up game from Fukuchi and Oot. We'll take a moment and we'll be right back with you. Okay? We're jumping back in. It looks like it's Oot's turn. Oot has a Fyron on the battlefield. It's a 2/2 because it was cursed. You see Amy and Frossetti down there. Plays his own. That takes out Amy. That makes sense. Then Fyron trades with Fangs. Queen comes down. And a pass back. Now on 5 for Fukuchi. Oot won round 1. Or Oot won game 1. You're watching Champions TCG. Now Quest Live. Rossetti takes out Fangs. Well, it will take out the Queen. Luckily, that combustion did not backfire. The power of those retribution cards, they are extremely powerful. Somehow I feel like they're too powerful, even though you pretty much have to play with them. But I don't think they're, I mean, maybe they are. I don't think they're format warping. In fact, if anything, I think that they are a nice little benefit to sort of getting us a little bit of a slower start. Because of the strength of Rush, sometimes that Rush start This many creatures just feels like it's backbreaking, and the retribution is a nice way to punish people who start fast because if you can 3-for-1 or even 4-for-1 them with a single Gwent or a Ladasha or even a Gua King, and you can keep your life total at around 30, that's about the time where I don't feel nervous losing life until it's below 30. Once it's below 30 with the number of Ochos and Galefins in the deck, you can drop from 30 to 0 quite quickly. But the first 30 life is like pretty much free. We see a double slice come down. Oot now taking his time, thinking about this turn. I believe it's the 6th turn. We see Furon. That's going to the Ignis Seal does. That would have been a terrible one to backfire there, too. Eklund comes on, returns the Cryo Slice. So a big, strong board presence here for Oot. And yes, that slice could come down again and freeze this opposing slice. But what you're getting is a massive advantage in tempo here. It's like we have a lord in the house. The Lord himself.
How's it going in here?
Hey, welcome in. Welcome to championship coverage. How are you?
Good. Sorry, I got to turn down the cartoons.
What cartoons are on?
Bluey.
Okay, that's like a little bit outside of my generation.
Yeah.
So Saturday morning, were you a Saturday morning cartoon kind of guy?
Oh, yeah. I loved it. Yeah, I mean, I was like in the heyday of Nickelodeon and all that.
Yeah. Doug. What were the good ones?
I like Hey Arnold, Rocco's Modern Life, Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah. Looking back at Ren and Stimpy, no other, not even just cartoon, but like no other show has ever been anything like this. I have to just give them credit for being just so ridiculously original.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those back in the day, there's been nothing like them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ren and Stimpy, even like some of those video games like that. You ever play Toe Jam and Earl?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I love Toe Jam and Earl.
Yep. Yeah. It was a great time to be alive. Be a kid.
Who are we watching here? Oot and Fukuchi.
Yeah.
What's been going on? Does anyone have any Otherworldlies?
Yeah, we saw a monster Otherworldly play last game by Fukuchi. I think it was Fukuchi. And it just got immediately, so like it came down, they played the Sanctum and the Academy on turn 9. So this is the dream. Like, this is why you put them both in your deck. You're like, yeah, turn 9, like I'm gonna play them both, and they're just like monsters on the battlefield. No one will be able to get rid of them. And just a jelly came down, hydroblasted the first one, attacked the other one because now it has 0 attack, and the hydroblast just destroyed it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is it Gen 2 only this weekend?
Yeah. Gen 2 only. Yeah, we have 25 participants. We have a number of professional players in the ranks with us. 0, K1, Annie Moon, Deacon Z joined. He's in the event. Boulder Magic. I heard Boulder Magic bought 2 Ooga Chiefs on BTC last night.
Yeah?
Just like, swept the floors on Ooga Chiefs.
Geez, even with the fees all crazy.
Yeah. He said it was $1,100, and he just thought that was kind of a steal to get 2 Ooga Chiefs. And then he said he like immediately after he did that, he went on to Hand Cash Market and he looked, and the Ooga Chief there had originally been listed for $2,200, and they dropped the price to $600 right after he paid $600 on BTC. And he was like, I felt wrecked, he's like, now I'm just thinking about buying a third one. He's like, but I can't use 3. I can only use 2. So I don't know if I'm going to do that. But
did you buy it on Magic Eden?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, what's the deal with Magic Eden? Is that a marketplace? Do they do mints or and what chain do they work with?
Yeah, they have like a BTC marketplace. But yeah, they do Solana and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just like the biggest NFT marketplace.
Oh, they're cross chain?
Yep.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any Ooga Chiefs moved over there.
No? Okay. Maybe he bought it on Ordinals wallet.
Who bought them?
Boulder Magic.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that must have been a few days ago, not last night.
Oh, I thought he said it was last night, but yeah.
10-1 or wait, when was it?
Yeah, 10-1. Maybe. Okay, maybe.
Wait, 10-1. It's 11-4 right now. It can't be 10-1.
Yeah. Well, let me see.
Their timestamps have to be messed up. It's got to be 11-1.
Yeah. Yeah, he said he just paid $470 and then $550 for 2 Ooga. He called them Oogas, but I assume he means Ooga Chiefs.
Yeah, there was back-to-back Ooga Chiefs moved.
Yeah, and he says now he wants, and he also got the Whirlwind BTC Angel. He said.
Yep, we had a Sandstalker move, a Sandstalker, 2 Ooga Chiefs, a Fox Assassin.
This guy, he's like no joke, man. This guy.
Yeah, it's all Boulder Magic then.
Yeah. He's sniping these high value. He told me that he's dumping his Magic collection. Like he has one of the craziest Magic I've ever seen. He said he's dumping it, and he's just like aping in right now.
That's bullish.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think I found his wallet. I'm gonna go see what he's working with in here.
Oh, really? You can see like what his collection looks like?
I think so. Yeah.
Dude, I want to see it.
If you're a detective. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm into his. Yeah, we could. Ooh. Yeah, dude. He's got a fat collection here on BTC, dude. With this many cards, dude. No one has this many cards on BTC. Gen 1s.
Sounds about right.
He's got probably, over 100.
Wow.
Solar Move, Fox Assassin, 2 Fox Assassins, Necrofish, Rogue Orcerer, Monks, 2 Ooga Chiefs,
Wow.
Cactusaurus, Flammy, 2 Roga Sorcerers, a Sandstalker, Glock, yeah, Scorch Wings.
He is a Sandstalker.
Yeah,
Oh
he
my
bought it at the same time. Yeah, Pegasol he got. Yeah, 2 Flammies, Cacti Lord. Yeah, dude, this guy. Yeah, Zephyrion. Man, he's got 3 or 4 Oogas.
He
That's
told he
that's a
told me today. He's like, I don't even. He's like, I wake up and play these tournaments because he normally sleeps until 3 p.m. or something like this. So, like, for him getting up at 8 a.m. is like he can't even like fathom how he's doing this. He's like, if there were no NFTs involved with this tournament, I wouldn't. He's like, I don't need the money. Like, I'm only waking up to go to try to grind to get this like one of one. You know. All right, let's jump back in. We'll check out let's check out Usain and K1K1, one of our professionals in the circuit. Yeah, that has to be kind of the like that's almost at the same level as Oot. You know, Oot's got 2 Ooga Chiefs.
Yeah, all his is on BSV though, so this has got to be one of the top
Yeah. BTC collections.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, Gen 1 cards on BTC. Gen 1 play's been kind of weak lately, but
Yeah.
he's
We
got
can
a
do some so yeah, we can do some more gen stuff.
Yeah, I mean, so the free mode, people can still enter these daily tournaments and stuff. You could do Gen 1 only.
Gen 1 only. Yeah, Gen 1 free.
Yeah.
Let's do some
Free
Gen
mode.
1 frees next week. I wanted to do Gen 2 this weekend because the big Ordinals wallet launch and
Yeah.
everything. I wanted people to be able to play their new Christmas presents, but next week we'll do some Gen 1 free. That'll be fun. Did you get your punch today?
No, I'm babysitting because the
Wait,
mom's
babysitting?
down in Denver. She went to Los Tigres, some concert down there.
Oh, cool. You know that? Those teams. So you're babysitting, so not someone else's, right?
Oh yeah, just mine. Yeah, parenting,
That's really
babysitting.
counts as babysitting.
I always say that. Yeah, Eddie always says that. Like, yeah, you're just parenting. When it's all on me, I'm like babysitting.
I thought you were babysitting like a neighbor's kid or something.
No,
like
just
that.
raising my son.
Do you get an hourly payment from Eddie?
No. It's actually the opposite. When I'm babysitting, she's out spending money somewhere, so I'm paying to do it.
Yep. Yeah. All right. Lobby is popping right now.
Let's pop into like Annie Moon.
All right, yeah.
Oh, she's not. Is she in one?
No, that's anonymous.
Oh, okay.
We could check out Calhas Brodnick, or we could check out T-Max Bay.
All right, let's go in there.
Yeah, I like T-Max Bay because they just started. So.
Yeah, and T-Mac, we just signed a deal with him. He's signing up for the program, so I got to get him a contract.
Yeah, so I'm seeing these. What's going on with Ordinals wallet? Is there new cards available?
Yeah, we just went live a couple days ago. $5 packs, but yeah, you got some fees over there on BTC. Let's see what they are right now.
Oh my God. These are like $35.
$35 in fees.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100,000 sats. $35 for a $5 pack. You know, this is the future. This is where everything is going. It makes sense. I can't believe that, like, it just keeps going on like this. Everyone runs into the same problem. Like, you just want to keep running into the same problem all the time. Like, no one wants to solve anything different. Just like, oh yeah, BTC.
Yeah, but here's my thinking about this. This is not a quantity-based mint. Is that right?
No, yeah, it's like everything's minted on demand. So yeah, when we cut off the supply, like,
Those could be the rarest items, right? Because the fees were so high, people didn't get them. But then whoever did get them, they have like a 1 in 5,000 or something like that. You know?
Yep.
So that's kind of like a plus and a minus, you know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the people that love BTC.
Well,
I mean, yeah, you know, either way, it's like, even for $40, like, you know, you're getting in for $4 a card. That's not the worst.
no, that's not the worst. All right, so we see double Fearon. They hit. We do see a Barry go down. Guys, pour a little bit out for Barry. Can't be letting Barry's die willy-nilly, you know. Barry's my boy.
Not me, dude. I have no berries still.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you
I just
see
saw
TPG?
Yeah, he
ripped the Barry on stream.
Yep.
And did you see him? He was calling it Barry or
Barry
Barry
or something.
Barry.
Yeah.
I was like, come on, man. Like, like it'd be one thing if he was like, you know, like from like if he was Japanese or something and he didn't know what Barry was. Like he's never
Barracuda, dude.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. But where's he from? TPG. He's from like the West Coast, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he mentioned being a. All right, we see business come down, draw 2 cards, Ice Eagle freezing the Snowbeak. So we have this new pro, Zero, and he's been really active in the community. He's one of the best content creators. He's creating a ton of great content. He started playing some music during his streams, and I thought that was pretty cool. So we're trying that out today. Let us know if you like the music in the background. One thing that he said that I thought was an interesting idea, he said, what if you had one card that could evolve into different cards?
Hey, dude.
Is that a toy hammer? That thing looks vicious, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Is that a real hammer?
No, that's a little plastic toy hammer.
Oh my god, it looks exactly like a regular hammer. I thought he just smashed you.
If I get assaulted here, I have it recorded.
Yeah, so what do you think about that? Do you think that'd be a cool concept? Like,
what was it? Somebody that could evolve into anything?
no, like, so you have like a card that could evolve into 2 different cards. So, like Boopa Snoot could evolve into like a Woofa or a Ocho or something like that, right?
And I mean, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's like some dev work kind of stuff. But yeah, it's like kind of like eggs, though, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. He said he wants to join like the kind of design team and creative strategy team. Zero wants to participate in helping to play balance and stuff like that. All right, we saw the Ladacia go down, getting the Quains, and then that triggered Retribution for everything. Bay at the top of the screen, T-Max at the bottom of the screen. We're in round 2 right now, ladies and gentlemen. We're bringing you live tournament coverage of Champions TCG. Maybe the Lord talk to us just a little bit of high level. What is Champions TCG?
Yeah. I mean, first trading card game where online where players can actually, trade and sell their cards. Yeah, we're really trying to step in, pick up the slack. Some of these other trading card games that we all play online seem to be making some decisions that a lot of people don't agree with and things that can be done different. So we're just trying to come in here and shake things up a little bit. Oh, did I drop off?
Oops. Nope, you're still on. Yeah, so it's just interesting because they call it trading card games, right? But these digital trading card games don't allow the actual T in trading, to actually occur. So, yeah, it's amazing. Like the feedback that has gotten, the game has gotten, has been amazing. When you're watching players like TPG, TCG, who have been in games for a really long time, and they're tracking these floor prices. They're doing these streams over week and keeping track of which ones are rising. He was so surprised to see Boopa Snoot. Like he's like, up $10 from last week. Wonder why that is. So it's cool to just see them like sort of keeping all this information in the back of their head. Because like we all have that sort of like instinct in us from like slinging Pokemon cards. You got to stay current on what's trending in the meta.
Yeah, it's fun. It's just like a whole nother variable inside the game. I mean, if the game's close enough to these others and then you add in that whole side of it, I mean, it's no brainer. I mean, just where you'd want to spend your time and do these things. So yeah, and then like the main thing, if it's not possible, that's one thing. But if there's technology out there that can allow this to happen, like it needs to be used. These bigger games, like think how much more fun like Magic Arena and stuff would be in Hearthstone and all these if you could actually trade and own the cards.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing that there's just so many unique parts about this game too that people are loving, like Zero, someone else who plays Magic competitively and comes in and plays this game evolutions and sees these unique things like Windseeker, where he can sort of set up his combo by, if he wants to go get a cutie bug to bloom an opposing creature and then hydroblast it, he can use the Windseeker to target his cutie pie to get his cutie bug, evolve it. Like he's seeing like all of these creative strategies of how to actually take this very simple game of just draw a card, play a card. We're all used to this game, but you can do these unique things with the ability to have evolutions and to the other thing that's really been great so far, I think, is the ability to sort of balance the game out a little bit in terms of like, maybe Fortify was a little too weak at the set launch. So, but, it's in a nice place right now. Times when Fortify still gets wrecked because of Hydroblast, but it feels like a lot more fun to play with cards like Fortify now that like the ability got buffed a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, tons of different strategies. The meta's still being figured out. It's fun to watch some of these creators. Yeah, like Zero, like you said, Life Blooming and then to Hydroblast and just like making those connections and start thinking about the different things you can do. I mean, yeah, Fortify and like Psybeam is like is a fun combo. That's probably like my most favorite. It's kind of hard to play it sometimes, but yeah.
Yeah. So talk to me a little bit about this concept of some of these other games that are out there, these digital trading card games, again, without the trading element. They're making like, $500 million worth of revenue a year, and they're leaving out this key core component of their game that could actually make it more interesting and exciting for users. Like, for example, I think even right now, this weekend is BlizzCon. There's, hundreds of thousands or millions of people out there watching this conference. What has been the feedback that you've gotten from some of these people who are playing games like Hearthstone, and are they interested in exploring and checking out Champions?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's interested in like checking it out. Like we haven't had pretty much any feedback, so it's just like slow and steady, like get this snowball rolling, and then like eventually, everybody's checking it out. And yeah, we don't need. It's not like we want these players to like play our game exclusively or anything like that. We just like are trying to. We play those other games as well, just trying to like shake it up, like get some of these things added into all these games, and everyone benefits. And yeah, with the numbers and stuff you're saying of, yeah, I mean, $500 million a year. I mean, I don't think the market really, you don't even know what the market is when you can add in things like this into the game. I got to step out for 1 second. My son's should be right back.
No doubt. We'll check back into the action right now. What's going on here? So we're checking back in. This is, I believe, game 3. We're seeing Bay at the top of the screen against T-Max. Speedy takes out the ice cube. Business takes out the other ice cube, and then we see the third ice cube attacking that jelly. Finally, a pass back, and we're seeing Bay in a position here. We see the bug, but that's about it for T-Max. Can't even take out that dread spike or do some damage on it because of that Aegis shield. So we're gonna see an attack for 9 here, dropping T-Max down to 19. Lord comes down. That one has Psybeam. So we see just a full onslaught. But somehow still hanging on. I mean, it seems... okay, now I think it's a little bit out of reach now. We're going to see a drop to 14 and a pass back. But we have 3 lethal attackers. Mechwing, then Munta. For overkill, and then we're gonna see the game over. So let's see where we're at. We'll check back in with our audience. In the meantime, I'm gonna just zip you over to the leaderboard so you can check out what's going on with this leaderboard. This is our Gen 2 leaderboard right now. And yeah, while we're taking a look at this leaderboard, we'll take a brief moment, be right back with the next pairings. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Jumping back in here. We're going to bring you zero coverage. You have Yusin Oot just started. We'll take a second here and wait. We'd like to bring you that zero coverage. One of our exceptional new players. Extremely knowledgeable, skilled, competitive TCG player on the professional team. There we see Bay and Zero down at the bottom of the screen. We are going to start this round off. It looks like Zero going first. Bay is Bay and Zero, right? Yep. Yep. Okay. And we see Boopa Snoot followed by a White Lily and Speed attack for 3. Makes sense. Bay at the bottom of the screen, as we talked about, the Snoot at the top. I know that Zero loves that Snoot in turn 1. Highly prioritizes those mana efficient turns. Speedy comes down and with a follow-up, and that is an attack on the Snoot, and down comes Gwent. So right away we see Mechwing comes down, returns to Gwent. We see an attack for 6. In some ways, I don't mind when I'm the player that this happens to, that Mechwing coming down, because, yeah, it gives my opponent the ability to run out a few more cards that I can eventually take out with the Gwents. And Bay down to 5 in hand, Zero at the top of the screen with 6. That Snoot is, you could consider trying to set up a future Retribution turn by attacking the Mechwing or attacking the Ice Eagle. Maybe the Ice Eagle would make a little more sense. Obviously, the perfect scenario would be that you attack the Ice Eagle, then evolve the Snoot into the Woofa. As we were talking about earlier, when the Lord joined the stream, we did see that Boopa Snoot jump up in price, so that is now like trending around. Look at this. I'm going to bring up our guide right now. All right, we see that Retribution did pop off. Okay, so Boop is trading right now at $34. That's pretty good. Frostmare 114, Snowgaze up to 119. That had been down to 84 a little bit earlier. Let's see what has dropped a little bit recently. You see Barry. Barry is now down to around $94 for a berry. All right, now we see a follow-up Gweens come down. Attack for them with the mech wing. That drops 0 to 30. So Bay really prioritizing getting that strong start. But here's why, I didn't like that necessarily, that running that because you get to just trade it immediately with that mech wing, and I think the Gweens is just a little bit better, especially since you already got the tempo advantage with the mech wing. But sometimes when you're just prioritizing mana efficiency, you don't mind necessarily just trading 1-for-1 your Gweens with that mech wing. Down comes Business. That draws 2 with Greed. Okay, Icicle comes down. That's a freeze on the Munta. So 0. Really sticking with this strategy of high efficiency, and it looks like it's paying off. He flips back after playing that Shadow Steel. With the Shadow Steel, you really wonder, did he go and get the Obsidiwing, or did he get the Icicle? Firon comes down and takes out the Icicle. So if he got the wing, he can still evolve. If he got the Obsidiwing, he can still evolve. If he got the Frost Wing, then that is off the table, and looks like the Obsidiwing now off the table with the Munta coming down. So if you, again, prioritizing those 2-for-1 trades like Zero normally does, you could see Ocho attack this Business, but he is down to 28. So facing an attack for 9. This is about the point in the turn we were talking earlier in the game where I start to really as my life total. 28, you can die from 28 quite quickly. So I would probably go for the Munta, even though, but it looks like Zero, because he was able to clean up that Firon, sticking with his strategy of prioritizing the 2-for-1s, and that's usually tournament winning magic. However, and it looks like it doesn't bite him in the butt because that Slice. So Slice freezing Obsidiwing gives Munta the free run at it. And that means that the Ocho attack on Business was the correct play. Then Ocho takes out Munta, so it all works out in the end, except this strategy now Business is off the board, whereas before it was, in the other scenario, it would have been on the board. Bug comes down and then blasts the Slice. So this is Zero's favorite strategy, and it does work to perfection here. Then dropping Woofa. So now Perp on the battlefield could evolve into a big Psybeam creature, like a Maw-Tide or something like this. We see Slice coming down, freezing that Jelly, but it's not quite what you want out of a turn like that at the end of the game here, because I think you're a little vulnerable. Could see a double attack on the Slice, dropping it and letting the Woofa drop the Aegis shield. But now you're also seeing that Zero has sort of gassed back up. He has 5 cards in hand. This Perp could die to the Business, but it's a little bit risky to kill that Perp. Down comes Obsidiwing. It's likely to have just drawn a card because I don't believe Zero plays the Gnarler. Amy draws another card with greed. So Zero staying gassed up here at 5, taking the slice out, basically trading 1-for-1 with the bug and the shield. Now attack for 2, as we said before, a little risky to hit that perp. Because you never know what could hatch out. Yes, you could go down a big time combustion on Obsidiwing. Then we see Dread Spike come down. Oh, that was the evolution on perp. Okay. That was good. So now looking at what ended up happening, you would have wished that you would have killed that perp, but you can never tell what happens in these scenarios, right? That's why you play the game. But we see that Bay is down to 2 cards in hand. Zero probably on 9 mana here. Amy could take out white. Or could try some other strategy. Zero's in a little bit of a pickle here because both of these cards are hard to deal with. There comes Cutie Bug. It's another Hydroblast likely, and that is perfect because you're going to get the you take care of that Agent Shield. The Hydroblast does not care about the Agent Shield. Then Fangs takes out Ignisteel. So that was a monster turn from Zero. Those are the types of turns that get you into the top 8 of this event. Otherworldly comes down, and you see that the white does evolve into the Frostwing, dropping an additional perp and pass. You know that Zero packs the deck full of Hydroblasts. He plays the Bug Blast combo. Down comes Fungu, likely able to die to the attack from business, which it does. What is the strategy against this 9-11 and the 8-7? Because after everything you've done to play such an incredible game as Zero, you're now facing an attack for 17, dropping you to 11 and saying go. Luckily, this Gua King going to have something to say about this. What I would like to see is the Frostwing and the Bug the Jello and the Bug attack this Frostwing, or maybe the Jello and the business. No, the Bug, because you have to remember that this opposing Ladacia on Bay's battlefield is going to take out the Fang and the business, but you want to crack the wing so that you can kill. Oh no! Well. That it all works out in the end. Now Zero at the board plays a stone with an earthquake that hits nothing, which we don't see that often. Down comes Ojo. Wow, and another attack for 6. Zero going to be at 5, and the Gua King has to trade straight up with the Ocho. You can't unless there's something in Zero's hand here. Oh, it doesn't trade. Yeah, that's correct. Oh, so here you would love if you could kill someone with Frostwing. Oh, but the pillar blooms back Zero's life total. So that is a massive turn there. Okay. Interesting. I wonder, you would love to freeze Ladacia here. If you're Zero, you just drew Ice Eagle, you feel great. And it's going to be... Instead, it's not a freeze. It is just a double Gua Retribution trigger. Amy to gas back up, and then we're going to see an attack for 6. And now Bay on 27, so he is likely not dead next turn. We don't have any cards in the Gen 2 format, no Sandstalkers. So we will at least get a turn to play. The other thing is that Zero very confidently and comfortably has this Frostwing at his disposal, so he can shatter down into the ice cubes to give himself a little bit of protection. And that is exactly what he does. But he takes out the Dreadnought in the plays another Frostwing, so you feel really comfortable now. If you're 0, you have your double cube. I think 0 is going to take this game. Very good game. Bay at 15. Down comes Icicle. I believe that's going to be this Frost will be lethal, and it is. Okay, great game. I think that did Bay win game 1 or was that game 1? Oops, I'm losing track of this. Either way, we see a great game here. While we have a second, let's just tune you into that marketplace I was talking to you about before. Of course, we see the White Lily there for sale. The price was originally $55,000. It's come down a little bit. It's now $48,000. I think that's kind of worth it. The original White Lily. We see Doge. Doge had been selling in the $400 range, now up to $1,900. Mortalis was originally selling for around $350, $450. Now it's up to $600. Glimmerchonk had been moving for around $220, $275. Now up to $400. Voltarian, but we see a little bit of a drop off there. After Glimmerchonk, now we're down into the just like generic, because Voltarian is an angel too, but you see that Zap is a less coveted ability than the Soul Reaper, because Zap is at the Zap Angel 149 versus the Death Angel is at 600. And then once we get past the Angel cards, we are looking at the Snow Gaze to the Boopa Snoots, followed by Ocho. We are seeing Ocho climb a little bit. And then we start to get into the Guaking. Guaking, one of those ones that sees a bit of tournament play, so I'm surprised it's only $12. Same with the Sanctum. We haven't seen these become super successful, but very powerful. And then finally, we round this off with Mechwing here at $1.93 for just a rare, which is great. That's a great card. Infernurus, we haven't seen too many Inferno cards as well. Too many lists that are playing Infernurus, but we are also playing exclusive Gen 2. So once we get back into the Gen 1, Gen 2 mixed format, we'll see if those jump up. Let's jump back into the Bay 0 match that just started. We will bring you back live coverage of Champions TCG Weekend Open Series. Stonefur cleans the board up from 0. We see Bay freeze it with the Icicle. That's a defensive freeze. I love that Icicle Cutie Pillar into the Hydroblast and just feeling like when you get that Bloom Blast combo to work, you just feel like such king of the world. The only downside of that combo is that when you play it with the Cutie Pillar, the bug is not bad because the bug is still 4/1. That Cutie Pillar, you do get the downside of just this little lone 1/1. But sometimes you're one trade. It looks like Thunderpur comes down, so hits the Jelly, but now we see Pillar Jelly Boopa Snoot against Wing Thunderpur, so you get that 1 damage in. Down comes Shadow Steel, so here you get something like the Cutie Bug and evolve it. Maybe we'll see that, and that's we see him go and get the bug, bless the Maxwing, attack with the Jelly, evolve the Jelly to the Jello. He is basically popping off right now. Speedy come down, attack the wing. They managed to clear the board. Ignasteel, a big piece of that. Then Icicle comes down. Thunder fourth. Mechwing returns the Thunderpur. Then an attack for 2. So a tempo swing there. He's ignoring that Ignasteel. Interesting. I think there's something to be hitting the Ignasteel for that too, but maybe not. Down to Bay on 7. Moves to 4 mana by playing the Firon. Down to 1. Goes and gets likely. Could get a Woofa, but probably going and getting another Ignasteel. Okay, Stonefur coming down. That's a big attack. So now, if you had hit that snoot, if you'd hit that Ignasteel the turn before with the snoot, the steel would be at 1. Mechwing the steel out. Snoot takes the other out. Then Ocho gets the Firon off the battlefield. But this is a pretty good turn for Bay. That could have been a little bit more backbreaking for Bay. I think him managing to just trade the board and leave a 4/6 and a 6/2 on the battlefield. Although your opponent's at 6 in hand, so still not out of the weeds for Bay, but I like the if you're Bay, you aren't terribly sad about that. Down comes Ocho, then Amy. So gassing back up after clearing the board, and then business. This is exactly what I'm talking about. With Bay, you're not you know, it could have been worse. But again, running everything out. One of the strategies that about running everything out like this, you are vulnerable to some of these Gweents and Ladasha plays. Or the Gua King, that's another one that you're a little bit vulnerable to. Woofa coming down, now Bay on 9, so you really want to get rid of that Gua King, but you have double business and a perp. Likely what's going to happen is this perp will evolve back into the Dread Spike like we've seen before. Instead, we see the double attack from the business. Pyro Magnus. Wow. I don't think anyone else is playing the Pyro Magus, and it backfires on Bay. I mean, it doesn't backfire, but because you did get the Gua King off the board, you hatched your own Lycanite, but you would have loved to have taken a low hit in your and kept your Pyro Magus on the board, especially when you're cards against a deck like Zeros. Currently down around 4 cards, 3 of them on board. Plays out Ladasha, so that's a good start, especially because Bay is all the way at 49 to start the turn, now down to 44. But if you can see these Wind Seekers are just brutal. Woofa just triggering that Ladasha, keeping 16 attack on board. Down comes the Frostwing. Down comes Boopa Snoot. Zero in the driver's seat. Still has 6 cards in hand compared to 3 for Bay. Zero, with those Windseekers now, has seen 6 additional cards through his deck compared to Bay. Zero is streaming, by the way, on Twitch. So if you are interested in Zero's own thoughts as he narrates the game, I believe you can also just pop out over to twitch.tv /0 spelled with 2 R's and an S at the beginning. That will get you into his live stream. He's also bringing you tournament coverage today. All right, and that was it. 0 taking that game. I believe that was the match for 0. He won the previous one. We'll jump back into Any Moon, Commander Chief. We see that the Chief runs the bug out on turn 1, I believe, cleans up the Boopa Snoot, then an attack for 4. He comes down that will take out the Fangs. I'm Brett Banfi. I'm your host today. Thank you for being with me on your Saturday, whether it's morning, noon, or night. We're happy to have you. We see Any Moon with usually has a full hand. I've noticed a lot of Any Moon's games, she really prioritizes gassing that hand up. Chief, see Munta comes down for Any Moon, leaving herself a mana, but she doesn't use it. Drops the jelly. Slice freezes that Munta and then pass back after taking it out with the beak. The Mechwing returns the Lidation. We are in round 3, I believe. Let me just double check here. Yep, we are in round 3. We've gotten some results in for round 3. It looks like 0 is able to Win against Bay. Then an attack for 7, then an attack for 4 from the Chief. You see a big board. Down Shadow Steel. We see the Seeking, then Mechwing takes out Munta. We see the evolution of Snowbeak after the attack, freezing with a blizzard on the Woofa. All right, and that is game over. So the Chief takes that one. All right, let's take a quick look. We're going to take a brief break, and we'll be right back with you, folks. Thank you for tuning in to tournament coverage of Champions TCG. I'm Brett, your host, and I'll be back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are back in tournament coverage here. We have Champions TCG $500 Weekend Open Series coverage. Round 3. It's Deacon D at the bottom of the screen and Bruce, Senior Bruce, top of the screen here. Jump into the action and see where the players are at. Deacon with Shadowfang comes down, Psybeam on the Ami. You see Dark Shell and Ice Eagle. Bruce playing with these Snow Cubs. They've been a tournament staple early in the meta. Not as much anymore. See it. One of the reasons why veered away from them is they do eat a Hydroblast right away, and that's what we see from Deacon. He Hydroblasts that Snow Cub. Then he takes out the Icicle with his Ami. That's dealing 4. We see the Dark Shell drop its shield, attack the Fang. Snowbee comes down, cleans it up. Bruce on 4 cards down to only this Cutie Pillar. Digglyfur triple fortifies up to a 4/12. And we see the Mechwing likely to hit the Icicle. I'm not sure. Looks like it gets the Dread Gaze. It will be able to come back down with the shield, and it will cost 3. I think maybe even just Mechwinging your own Cutie Pillar could also have been valuable. Nope, but down comes Woofa. Then Dark Shell. Dread Gaze. I said Dread Gaze, it's Dark Shell. Dread Gaze is a Gen 1 card, so of course that's in this. We are watching Gen 2 format. Bruce down to 32 now. Deacon at 37. You see Bruce winning on Deacon winning on board. His champions are going to be hard to get through. We see double Aegis on the Woofa and the Dark Shell. And then even these other ones like Speedy, Icicle, they're out of the range of a single Retribution. Instead, we Monster Digglyfur Psybeam. I was kind of considering that something like that might happen, and also it leaves around this healthy Shadowfang with a 4 power as a 4 power attacker, and you're gonna see some good attacks come in from that. Mechwing able to take out the Icicle first, then an attack for 1. So a very good turn with Bruce down to 1 card in hand. So Deacon can just attack the Digglyfur with the Woofa, attack the Cutie Pillar with the Hydromane, attack the Mechwing with the Dark Shell, attack the Fangs with the Speedy, and now your board is clear except for the Shadowfang. Okay. He instead plays out Gwyn's, then triggers his own Retribution with a Combustion. So a very good turn, and he has the Jelly for the Fang. So way better than what I was considering doing. A really genius turn from Deacon Z. Tremendous creative play there. And you get to keep all of your attackers. Of course, Munta able to get the Hydromane off the board, but it does take 4 mana to do so. Jello comes down, nothing to blast. And you're looking at 10, 14, 18. This is a lethal attack from Deacon Z. We're going to see Deacon Z advance in this round, I believe. And that is what we see. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the victory. Let's jump over, take a look at what these players are playing for. This is this weekend's top tournament prizes. We see the winner getting that Igna Steel. We've seen the Igna Steel played multiple times over the past few tournament rounds. We see that Baba for second and third place, followed by Shade Geist for everyone else. Cutie little Shade Geist seems to have like a little. It's amazing how it can be so menacing and so cute at the same time. Like, I don't want to have anything to do with that Shade Geist. It looks like it wants to eat me for breakfast, but it's also pretty cute. So, yeah. If I die, I die. All right, let's see where we're at. If that was round 3, or excuse me, game 3, and if the players' reported results will. Okay, so it was the decider. Okay, let's see. We have our results reported for Vanquish. Vanquish taking out Zach Wins there. Then we see Deacon taking out Bruce. So all results are in, and we can go ahead and pair round 4. Let's do that. Let's pair round 4. So we're going to see at the top table 0 versus Jaden Global. Jaden Global, no stranger to the top table. Plays won his very first Gen 2 tournament, beating Oot to get the victory about 4 weeks ago or so, let's say. All right, we have it. All right. Let's jump over to our tournament coverage here. And here we have it. We're going to see our game starting in just a moment, and we will be right back with you with more tournament coverage. Thanks. Stay right there. All right, we are coming right back into coverage here. And we are back. Thank you for joining us. This is Champions TCG Weekend Open Series coverage. We're playing Generation 2 format. Welcome back. I'm Brett Vampy. I'm your host. Here with you. Thanks for being with us on your Saturday. We have day 1 today. This is round 4, and we'll bring you day 2 coverage of our top 8 tomorrow. Jumping in, we see we are watching Jaden Global on the bottom of the screen, facing off against one of our pro players, Zero at the top. Back down for Jaden, getting an attack in for 6. Very not seeing a ton of competitive play right now. Down, we see the Bug Blast combo or the Bloom Blast combo. And there comes Speedy. Frossetti comes down. It's going to be probably on that jelly. Yep. And Speedy takes it out. So a good turn from Jaden. Zero able to get rid of that Barry quite cleanly, but Frossetti and Speedy answer it. Now business comes down, and you see the White Lily for an Ocho that takes Speedy out. Okay, so a good turn from Zero. We're seeing back and forth great turns. And again, there you are. Amy comes down and gasses back up. A very good turn. Back and forth. Both players up with each other in terms of card advantage. Right now, they're dead even. Gassing back up. Excuse me. Icicle coming down and Blizzard on Fearon. Beak takes it out. Ocho gets an attack in for 6. I think the White Lily attack just to send a message. Jaden at 54. Facing off against 3 very powerful attackers, the Beak, the Eagle, and Ocho. Currently on 7 mana. Taking his time to think about his turn is Jaden. Difficult turn here. 7 mana. Okay, so it's Ladasha for 3, then Gweens for 1. So just willing to say, okay, I'll take an attack for 16 here, and then try to trigger my Retribution. He can cleanly answer the board with just a single Ladasha. Instead, what we see is double. So he's 0 committing to just getting those off the board after an attack for 6, following it up with a Boopa Snout and then a Woofa. So I kind of to see him try to evolve that Woofa just to get the extra card, but down comes Shadow Steel. He's going to get the Obsidiwing. Maybe just, again, prioritizing that mana efficiency, but if you can draw a card for 3 mana, that's not a bad turn. And you see that it would have been punished because Fangs takes the Boopa Snoot out. Usually you don't see that. Boopa Snoot almost always survives to the next turn just because of that shield, especially when your opponent is empty on board. But Fangs, with the curse, takes it out. Great play. Icicle freezing the Woofa with the Blizzard. And 3 mana left for Jaden Global. We'll see how he chooses to deploy that. There's an Ice Eagle. Freezing the opposed, killing it with the Shadow Steel, and evolving the Shadow Steel into the Obsidiwing, drawing a card, and Beak taking out Fang. So a strong turn for 0 there. It's currently undefeated through this event. I think so is Jaden Global, though. We take a look here at our tournament overview. We have Jaden Global 0 and Yusin all through 3 rounds. And they are in the winner's bracket. Now we see Barry. So Viron coming down, I missed that. I think it might have backfired, his combustion. Barry takes out the Ice Eagle, and Snowbeak takes out Firon. We do see 0, like a lot of these pro players, very much prioritizing keeping the board clean. We're going to see the Obsidiwing and Woofa both be able to attack. Question is do either of them go after business? As you can see it play for it both ways. King comes down, then Ocho comes down. And then an attack for 18. Jaden at 24 now. Jaden fully at his full mana bars, 9. Looks like business hits the Obsidiwing. Interesting play. Queens comes down. Play on the king and a pass. So potentially you're taking an attack for 18 and going to 6. So any Ocho is lethal here. But instead, Obsidiwing taking out the slice. Then we see an Retribution with the Woofa Queens. The Woofa had the shield, so that is why it still survives. Frostwing comes down, and that's a pass. Now, there's lethal on the board. 9 mana again. Mechwing coming down, likely hitting that Frostwing. And that's what happens. Now you would likely want to, in a perfect world, you have some sort of Frostbeak or something. You attack Ocho. And then, or a Fangs. Double Fangs here would be brutal. No double Fangs, so Jaden will drop to 8 or to 8 with an attack for 10. We know Frostwing is in Zero's hand. We're bringing you live tournament coverage Champions TCG. Shadowsteel triggers Windseeker, draws a card. Backwing returns Ocho, I believe, and pass back. So Walking comes down. Not going to be enough. I guess what you could do is try to... Okay, so nope, this is just going to be a lethal attack. And that's... See, so Zero takes game 1 here against Jaden Global in the winner's bracket. All right. And we'll show you what these players are playing for. They are playing for this Tournament 13 airdrop. Champions TCG has given out $6,500 worth of cash prizes in the weekend events. And next weekend, we'll cross the 10,000 cash prize threshold. Pretty significant achievement for the game. The next step for this game is getting up to those Tournament of Champions prizes where players can compete for larger prizes, like maybe 2,500 prizes. Down comes business. See, the Boopa Snoot had taken out the previous. Jaden up to 9 cards in hand, 0 on 6 with double snoots. Again, Snoot taking out business. Then evolving into Woofa. You'd love to see a double evolve. Amy drawing a card. We're going to see another double greed. Wow. No, it turns out no. Fang's taking out Amy. Mechwing returning. Oh. Ocho passing back, then Ocho taking out the Mechwing and Woofa, which Jaden knew was in Zero's hand because he just put it there with the Mechwing, evolving into the Boopa Snoot. So double evolution with a single Woofa with the help of the Whirlwind, and that is a recipe for disaster. If you are Jaden, you don't want to give your opponent that chance at drawing 1 extra card just for a 2-mana. Rossetti comes in. Snowbeak takes it out. Then gets an attack in for 2. So we're seeing both players even on cards, but Jaden a little bit advanced on mana just because of that tempo play. So maybe it wasn't such a bad decision. Well, they are quite even here. Of course, Zero, like many pro players, very much prioritizing keeping those 2-for-1s in his favor. You see he has killed 7 cards from Jaden compared to only 4 of his own having died. So while they are even on cards, he is up. There comes Amy, so another huge greed turn for Jaden. He's really gotten these right when he needs them. Taking out Woofa is exactly what you needed when you follow that up, because your opponent had been getting an advantage on you in terms of your board state, but there you just get to catch back up. Unfortunately, your Fearon is eaten by that Woofa, but down comes Mechwing, turning the Woofa. So this Woofa has gotten triple life. They say cats have 9 lives. What about this Woofa? Oh, but it's going to get blasted. A Bloom Blast combo on that Woofa. The shield. Then Fearon comes down, hits the Mechwing, and that turn was set up by Zero himself, by the Mechwing returning the Woofa strategy. Now he just has the Fangs. It will trade with the Bug, so it's not terrible. But both players roughly even on cards, but again, Jaden keeping that man advantage. Down comes Zero, so could potentially be erased just with that one play. Jelly staying alive, though, at a 4-1. And Business not able to draw second card. You almost would have loved to have seen him run that Business out. Even if it's going to die to the Stone Fur, it would get you that one extra card. But apparently Zero not prioritizing cards in this matchup. Barry comes down, takes the Stone Fur out after a Blizzard steady. Jelly trades with Business. I don't like that. I would have preferred to see an attack there. And we are to a Bloom Blast back. With a Pillar Jelly combo. Barry is in the graveyard. Guainz comes down, but Zero down to 2 cards in hand. Did get rid of the biggest threat in Barry, but 9 mana for Jaden. And now Zero with a slight mana advantage, but now this card advantage that has sort of worked in both players' favor. Now, does he have a greed card right here? If he did, could potentially be backbreaking. Instead, it's Ladacia, but that is good. It's a Ignisteel on his own Ladacia to trigger the Retribution, wiping. Now we see Obsidian come down. That's going to draw a card. That was 5 mana, so for Mechwing back the Shadow Steel. Mechwing trying to trade with the Ignisteel. Slice coming down, freezing that wing. No longer able to trade. Then we see a follow-up Barry and potentially Zero trying to turn the corner right here. Business for Zero. Excuse me, I meant Jaden trying to turn the corner. Business for Zero. Draws 2 with greed. We're going to see the Bug Blast comp on Slice. Blasting it out of there. And a follow-up Queen. So a very good turn from Zero. And still managing with that initial Business to stay in parity on cards. And actually even gain. Both players now with a huge Guainz right there from Jaden. Both players able to even the board out in terms of the cards. Again, Jaden keeping that mana advantage though. Frostwing coming down for Zero. This is a pretty good card because Barry is injured. Barry does have only 1 health. Gua King, of course, the evolution of the Gua Ints, but just, I think, a million better. And a decision being made to go direct after that. Go direct after that Frostwing. Frostwing goes down. Saw the shatter. Somehow one of the cubes got shattered, got caught in the retribution. Here we see Barry back to full health, Speedy down to 3, but now we see a bug guaking Speedy Barry board. And it's just a lone guaking, but both players still at a high life total. Guaking is a 6-mana card, isn't it? It is a 5-mana card, so Zero opting not to play one of these remaining cards in hand unless that card in his hand is are both 5-mana cards, in which case, or higher, in which case he was unable to play it. But potentially instead what he's trying to do is icy. So he worried about the counter retribution. So opting not to play, just wants to wipe the board clear here. He would have to attack the opposing guaking. That would not kill the berry because the bug bloomed the berry. Barry back to 5. Barry, one of my favorite cards in the set. I love the art on Barry. Down comes Fang. So that's... Okay, so this was a very good play by Jaden. He preserves his own guaking. He also... It's also a tempo play because Zero chose not to deploy mana last turn, knowing that the guaking of Jaden would potentially stymie his own development. But Jaden punishes him by killing the guaking and triggering Zero's retribution on his turn. Icicle comes down. It's going to freeze this Barry. I was going to say see the guaking there, but Zero wants to kill the guaking right now so that he can deploy the last 2 cards in his hand. Sidowing comes down, draws a card likely, or goes and gets the Frostwing. Because he had the Icicle, he could have got the Frostwing. Because the opposing Icicle freezes that, and guaking kills it, you're seeing that Zero very up against it this turn. 9. Going to trigger that retribution, but now he's just facing 2 6-power attackers. Barry, Icicle. A Fangs could be nice to clean up this Barry. Ocho comes down, gets an attack in on the Icicle, and Zero managing to gas back up. Jaden at 52, Zero at 20. Frostwind comes down, and Jaden, Zero, 4 cards in hand, will likely be able to trade with his Barry using Ami. But you would love to see some sort of guaking right here. Instead, it's an Icicle. That's still a pretty good turn. Now you have 5 Sidowing, draws Zero an additional card. But those cards are going to start to hurt because Zero at 3 in library and Jaden at a very healthy 52 life. An attack next turn, if there's just a draw go here from Jaden Global, like imagine that he just draws something like Wuffa or something. Oh, and he doesn't even play a card. So now what you're seeing is an attack for 14. So that will drop Jaden Global to 38. That is, that's a 4-turn clock right now. So you're still in range to win this race if you're Zero, but you have to take immediate action this turn. There are 2 cards left in your library. Okay, so instead of the trigger, I think he realized that he has to kill those cubes anyway, so might as well do it this turn. He deploys his own Frostwing, and there should be now 2 mana left. It's a bug, and it's a bug on himself, blooming himself. But you see that turn where he had the option of getting 14 damage in, instead gets none in. But now he is attacking for 18 on the crackback. His opponent Jaden with 2 cards in hand and 1 ice cube on the battlefield. Icy Gold coming down. Frostwing is frozen. We see an attack for 2, dropping 0 to 18. Jaden, every damage that he does advance his clock, because I don't know if 0 recognizes only 1 card in his library. I want to tell him, but unfortunately is not permitted. Shadow Steel coming down. No. He chooses. So I think he realizes that there's nothing, that he's at the end of his library, because he chose not to draw with Shadow Steel's wind-seeking ability. And that means that he's aware that he's close to dead. Now he is okay, so Ocho takes a very good turn. Then returning Ocho, attacking for 20 right now with 0. He just drew the last card in his deck, so he is hellbent now and will start taking damage. So he can only play 2 more turns, because the first turn, so maybe, so 16, 12, 20 damage, 20 attack. It'll depend on what these last 2 cards are, but Jaden very. Ooh, not sure how I felt about that. I mean, yeah, and it looks like this is not going to be enough. We will likely see Jaden advance here, because next turn 0 will take 5 from drawing from an empty deck. And then Jelly coming down, nothing to Hydroblast. 7 mana here. 0 at 18. You can get your attack in for 5. The crackback is going to be for 26. Wow. 16. 26. Okay, he just drew, and that's likely it, because you can't kill your opponent here, and you will die next. Even if you didn't take 6 there, but you would die anyway. So that one went to Jaden. So we bump it up now to game 3. Players vying to get into the top 8 and earn one of these tournament edition cards that are selling right now on the open market for a really pretty penny. Let's take a look at some of these other tournament edition cards that are for sale. We see Ciora down here, $58, Tedrock $79, Garrus $98, Nordy $149, Joyfei $193. So some of these tournament edition cards that players are vying for See blue in there for 218, 21E8. What's the top end of these? See Lumi, of course, very powerful card. We're seeing a Munta for 10K, Ponk 48K. And we did just end our leaderboard. I don't think tournament prize have been announced for the leaderboard, but these leaderboard cards do sell for more than the tournament edition cards. So they're definitely worth going after if that's something that you are interested in, earning those special edition tournament and leaderboard custom cards. All right, jumping back into round 4, game 3 between our two undefeated players, Zero at the top of the screen, Jaden at the bottom. Full business, double greeds. Good start for both players. It's almost a must when your opponent begins with a double greed and you don't, you just feel right away slightly. Instead, Snowbee comes down, takes business out, gets an attack in for 2, and deploys Boopa Snoot. Speedy taking out the beak, drops Speedy to 1. I'm your host. I'm Brett Banfi. This is tournament coverage of Champions TCG. And we are here with you from championstcg.com, discord.gg/championstcg. Check us out. Join our Discord. Get started playing some of these competitive events. They're free to play, $50. Free to enter events every single day. Variety of formats. Ocho coming down. Just going for face. I like force your opponent to attack your own Ocho back. At least you get your 6 damage in. Now Fiddlewing comes down, likely goes and gets the Snoot, but then passes back because there was not a mana left to evolve. Wolf, as we knew, comes down. Walking deployed.
And a pass back on 6. Mechwing and Snoke in play. Jaden Global taking the 8-mana turn here. Mechwing, Fyron on the battlefield, facing off against Business, Eanes, and Obsidian. All right. Big earthquake from 0. Dropping the whooper. Dropping the whooper. All right. I missed a little bit of this game action just because I had another issue with the sound. We're just adding a little bit of in, but checking back in. Starting off with the Snowbeak. Looks like Fangs takes out that cutie bug. And we see an attack by 0 to bring Jaden down to 5. We see an attack by 0 to bring Jaden down to 5. All right, and that's it. Game is over. So well done by 0, staying undefeated here. All right. We'll be right back, and we will bring you the final round of tournament coverage here today for Champions TCG.
All right, folks, we are back for the final round, round 5. We are following Houston 0 undefeated through this bracket. And we see Houston also undefeated. Both players scoring 4-0 in the first portion of the event. Both players guaranteed a place in this top 8. Tomorrow's coverage. In the first portion of the event, place in this top 8. And we see Business Ice Eagle down for Houston, 4 mana. Okay, now Ice Eagle down for Houston, 4 mana.
There's a welcome mat at the door. And if you come on in, you're gonna get much more. There's my chair, I put it there. Everything you see is with love and care. It's my house and I live here. I wanna tell you, it's my house and I live here. On the table
You better get ready, cool and deadly, do the rock steady, 'cause now it's the time. You better get ready, cool and deadly, do the rock steady, 'cause now it's the time. You better get ready, cool and deadly, do the rock steady, 'cause now it's the time. You better get ready, cool and deadly, do the rock steady, 'cause now it's the time. You better get ready, cool and deadly, do the rock steady, 'cause now it's the time.
Welcome back to everyone in the audience. Thanks for being with us here on your Saturday. We are bringing you live Champions TCG coverage. Hang with us. Taking your questions up in the chat. Thanks for being with us here on your Saturday. We are bringing you live Champions TCG coverage. Hang with us. All right, we are back. We're live. We had a few technical audio issues there, but things should be back in place now. We see business come down. Then we see Cryo Slice come and freeze, and that takes care of the Ice Eagle.
had this conversation already.
Folks, we're back in with the last 2 games, or potentially 1 game from this event. And we have T-Max on the bottom of the screen. We have Commander Chief at the top. We see the T-Max with mana. He gets rid of the double Guinces. And how is he going to deploy this mana? His opponent is at 44. It is an Ocho and then an attack. He had 6 and spent 4, so a little bit inefficient there from the mana perspective. Byron takes out Ocho. And then a Jello. Now on 7. T-Max still on 60 life. Down comes Business, gets T-Max 2 new cards with Greed. Frossetti, and then 2 mana Beak, and the Beak takes out Fyron. Pass back Jello on the board and 6 in hand. T-Max 5 in hand with 3 champions. Frossetti comes down. It will freeze the Beak, and then a defensive freeze with the Blizzard on Frossetti. Now T-Max on 8. Two 6/5 champions on the board for the Chief, as well as the Frossetti. Just the Glacial Frossetti, the Blizzard Frossetti, and Business for T-Max. One of the things here is if he has a Greed card here, he can't use it to its full potential because of the fact that Frossetti is frozen. Ignisteel comes down, takes care of Icicle. Now 3 mana. That is a case. And then 2 to the face. So here we see that Jello could take out the Ignisteel, but that is still a 2-for-1. That is Ignisteel taking out Jello and Icicle. Frossetti unable to take out that Gwints though, so the other thing you could do is maybe use Frossetti to take out Business and then Jello on the Gwints and then deploy your 8 mana, because if you run your 8 mana into this open board with Gwints on the board, now you're talking about potentially there being a future turn where Gwints does even more damage. You could still trade Jello for Ignisteel. Maybe still. It looks like maybe he has a follow-up, and it is a Earthquake. So that was a pretty good turn by the Chief. Stone Fur coming down. It does still take the Retribution damage, so 2 Frossetti, but Obsidian coming down, Wind Seeking. Maybe going and getting a Glacetti, although likely there isn't a Glacetti in the Chief's deck. So we see instead Obsidian and Stone Fur back on 9. So this is the slice coming down, so you won't have to trade with Stone Fur. You can eat the Stone Fur with your Frossetti, and you still have 4 mana here. That's a good attack. Keeps you. Down comes Mechwing, and that was a pretty good turn for T-Max. He passes back. So we see the slice come down, an additional stone fur coming down. And now we see the chief on 4 in hand. And it's a pass back now 9. So the slice frozen. We'll see T-Max taking the turn. All right. We see a Frostwing coming down. And then a pass back. Chief taking the turn. Frostwing a pretty good card on this board. It will die, but it just gets mech winged. I was going to say it will die to the slice, but instead we see another follow-up slice from the chief. We see a balloon blast, then the Gua King coming down. T-Max still on 70. So this Gua King likely to do some work on the Chief's board, but the Chief 4 in hand here. One thing you could potentially do is get an attack in with that mech wing on the jelly. Attack this cutie bug with the stone fur. Trade the slice with the Gua King, and then deploy your 9 mana. That could potentially be an option. And we're seeing that exact line of action, followed by a Ami for a double greed here. T-Max on 2 in hand, and then Ocho Snowbeak, dealing 10. Now T-Max on 9. Down comes Fangs, takes out Ami. Ice Wheel down. Ocho, that's a defensive blizzard. T-Max still at 50. Can still grind here. Icicle takes out Snowbeak. Frostwing coming down. That's an evolution. That will draw a card. Playing Ladacia. And 5 mana left. Ladacia a 4/4. Snowbeak comes down, just gets an attack in on the face. The Chief down to 29. Looking at an attack for 15 on. And it looks like Beak triggers Ladacia's Retribution.
And we see the double ice cube shatters. On comes another Frostwing. And Firon coming down. Firon taking out an ice cube. Must choose the ice cube because of the provoke. Sidwing coming down. Then playing Speedy, then playing Cutie Bug. Max one card in hand, plays out Barry. We see a big opponent down to 27. Meckwing comes down. Then we get a bug, booming the Chief's life back. Jelly coming down, nothing to blast. See another big attack. T-Max down to 7. And that's it. Game over. All right, so that is the end of our day one coverage. Make sure you tune back in. Check out our website, championstcg.com, discord.gg/championstcg. Thank you for being with us here on your Saturday. I'm Brett. I'm your host, and we will be back tomorrow for more coverage of our $500 free-to-enter weekend tournament. See you in the ranked matches. Have a good